Look at your reward. It's a new try.
Welcome to the party, pal.
What is going on, everybody? Man, I gotta be perfectly honest, I guess, as far as I just about was not gonna stream today. There was a lot of stuff not wanting to work today, I guess, as far as, so I was right on the fringe there, just saying the heck with it. I'm gonna be perfectly honest with you, I guess, as far as, but I think we got everything good to go. I think, not 100% sure, but we're gonna try and roll with it. Definitely gonna try and get it rolling. So we got Jack Dog coming in. Good evening there, Jack Dog. Fluky slapping up the bot there a little bit. What did it came in first? Thunderlane came in first. We had Racer Batman joining in the party. Welcome in, everybody. Pretty nice day out there for the most part, I would admit too. Cool. I had also debated whether or not I wanted to show a little bit more of the 3D modeling side of things, because I have figured some things out with trying to get liveries onto so if you got a mode today, I guess, as far as, I don't know if it's the same type of weather you got, what I got here, but probably a better day than it was yesterday. A little bit cooler. But yeah, we did get some things figured out in the off stream, I guess, as far as to get liveries onto our Gen 2 Camaro. So maybe I might save that for next week. Did I glitch? I don't know. Did I glitch? I don't know. Did I? Might have. So we did get a bear frame too, I guess, as far as I did some I more or less got this guy just to kind of understand how things are done, I guess, as far as in the engine bay. Yeah, how things are done in here, I guess, as far as to add a little bit more detail. So one of the things that I am kind of realizing what I did wrong on the Gen 2 Camaro is these fender wells probably aren't as big as they need to be. Based on where the suspensions and all that are, I guess I tried to focus more on the fact having the suspensions, I guess, as far as inside you know, like this, instead of the wheel well kind of covering that all. There might be a lot of people late today because I was late, so I can't really blame them, I guess, as far as because I had so many things that were broken today. So many things. Yeah, so I've really... One of the things that I've been trying to re-3D model with this here is the way the fender wells are done. If I could take and chunk these off of this one, I would do that, but I don't have that ability to do that, unfortunately. So I'm thinking to redo how these fender wells are done on this at some point, to make them more like this. That's actually the way those fender wells should look on the Camaro. Not to mention, I guess, as far as maybe a little bit more detail, I guess, as far as on the who's streaking? 10-string streaking, as far as we're Racer Batman. All right, put your clothes back on. I guess, as far as I know, nobody wants to see that. So yeah, just to be able to put some more things, I guess, as far as back on the firewall, I guess, as far as like this one's got the heater core, as far as the blower motor and all that stuff, I don't have any of that. Pretty plain here on our so between getting these redesigned and also getting some more detail onto the firewall, I don't know why we call him the popo on us. We ain't doing nothing wrong here. But also to get some bead rolling, I guess, as far as onto the underbody. That's something else I've been kind of playing out. This has got like little boogers on it. This kind of material boogers is what I like to call it. Not really indentations. Well, we gotta have streakers. We have streakers. People have the streakers. Oh, you're calling on those going streaking. I see. I don't know if I want to get into it or not. That's a lot to get loaded up there. I guess, as far as I just I worked on it this morning a little bit, and then I put it down. So I think I'm gonna save it for next week to do that. I think that's what I'm gonna do. So anyway, this one is a bare frame Malibu, Chevrolet Chevelle Malibu. Who's got a brown nose? I don't know why. I didn't sense any brown nose in there. I just called it out. He was just making it. Yeah, he was just making the point, I guess, as far as what the cops are written called on. I did do some work in the off stream, I guess, as far as just to do a Viper vet. Now we don't have the engine, but it will take the Viper engine, I guess, as far as on this one here. This was kind of inspired by a configuration that was not released on the workshop, I guess, as far as, so I figured I would do that. So the only one this one does allow for is the V10 Viper engine, and I also took the liberty of trying to apply bonus parts, I guess, as far as to see how this works. Just trying to understand, I guess, as far as I wouldn't know what that means. I mean, I know what it means to brown nose. Brown nose usually means you're... It's kind of rude, actually, I guess, as far as like you're... I'm at a loss of words right now, but it's like it's rude. It means rude here when you're brown nose. That means you're kind of sticking up for somebody and don't care about what everybody else says. That's brown nosing. So it's kind of a rude gesture, I guess, as far as like that, and I didn't sense that at all with Thunderlane. I was just pointing out, I guess, he was just pointing out that the police, I guess, as far as just those are streaking, that's all. So I think we got that all straightened away. So yeah, I think for next week, possibly on Monday or Wednesday, I might get into a little bit more about so I know exactly what it means there, Jackdaw, and I think it was... I did not sense that any of that at all. I mean, I might be describing it a little bit wrong, but like when you're brown nose, it's basically like you're sticking somebody's nose up their behind, I guess, as far as because you kind of only respect what they say and not what anybody else says. It's Best way I can put it. That's why you get a brown nose, because you're shoving your nose up with somebody's behind. Which I didn't, like I said, I did not sense that at all. So I think what we'll do first is probably work on this guy. We're gonna give it a bath. I think our inventory's clear. Oh, I did find the engine block. I guess as far as for the Viper engine build, I guess as far as at the junkyard. So on top of the bare frame Malibu, I guess we've got those two things to work on. Alright, as long as we got that cleared out, I can get out of the way. So let's get this over to car wash. And it looks like it's blue. She be blue. So whether or not we keep it this color, I think I put this one as a thumbnail color as red. You know, kind of go by the Dodge Viper red. So we'll probably end up painting this one red, is what I'm thinking. That was kind of my vision for this one. I think we're gonna do red on this one here because it's gonna be a Viper vet. I'm sorry. That's what we're gonna call this one. It's a Viper vet. So it only takes the V10 Viper engine. And like I said, it is one of those type of cars that's I mean, this is not a terrible color, but I think for the theme that we're going for on this car, we'll do it red. I don't take all the credit, I guess, as far as for this one, because it was inspired by someone that gave me the influence to do it. So it's kind of that, there's been an influence there a little bit. Let's fix up some body panels. So this is based on a vanilla car, so not a mod car. It's a mod car in the sense that we created our own config for it, but that's about it. That's about it. So the fact that it had all the wheels and such on it, probably should weld the frame. Yeah, we'll have to get new tail lights and headlights because these are not going to be repairable. So I think we're missing that door. So front bumper, yeah. We'll get the frame. Well, let's get that windshield out. That looks like yucky. Weld the frame. This car was in pretty rough shape. Interior, I guess, is the only decent part of the car, but we'll get it all fixed up though. Use that. Look at all the bead rolling on this one here. I like the way a lot of these default cars are done. As far as to have the some solid detail work on the underbody. So let's move this out of the way so we're not tripping on it. And let's go fix up what body panels we can. And obviously one of the bigger builds of this deal, I guess, as far as going to be the engine. We have the block. I'll probably put that up on the stand. We'll get it fixed up and put it on the stand. Get that fixed up. Get that engine built. But yeah, beyond that, we could probably put the bare frame together. I already have a Chevelle Malibu in our garage, so I'm thinking that bare frame, once we build it, we'll probably sell it. I think that's probably be a good idea. Okay, so we fixed up what we could here. So we got the hood. Looks good. Fenders. Doors. So we're missing, I think, the one door. Nope, we did have both doors. Alright, cool. So pretty complete. So rear bumper should be good. Got our front bumper. Oh, hey now. I tell you to shut off at me. So lights, yeah, those we need to get new ones because those are not too repairable. So let's get some new headlights. Get the right item. So we need to go to body work. That's, yep, left and right headlight, cool deal. So we'll need to paint this. We're gonna paint the whole car anyway. So probably gonna be that red. Did I set for this? That's kind of the vision for that one. Are we missing the mirror? Nope. Mirror. That one's missing, so let's get a new mirror. These are just chrome mirrors. And we'll get a new windshield. Now, this one was only provided as a convertible, and not necessarily... so it doesn't have any roof on this one. No roof. Okay, so tail lights, we'll have to get new ones of these. Those are not repairable. Being in a vanilla car. Get the body in good shape anyway. 92%, so I think that last 8% should be license plates. I think we're good to go on the body for the most part for now. Let's do some interior. Let's fix up the interior. So let's dismantle. 2 seats and a steering wheel. Pretty simple interior. So we'll do assemble. Let's go put these on the list. We'll get these from the interior shop. We know the drill. Go to the interior shop. I wish I had more, I guess, as far as to show. I had every intention to maybe show some of the stuff that we've got figured out with the development of the Gen 2 Camaro. But quite honestly, I think we might show that for next week. So I think that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to get into that a little bit more, so I'm trying to get that crunched out. It's been a long time trying to get that one done. So interior should be good. And it's just the other parts. Okay, cool. I think what we're going to do, we'll put this engine block. We'll get this engine block fixed up. We'll work on the engine. We'll work on the rest of the car. This engine is going to be a little bit, because it is a V10. A little bit to it. Oh, you know what? I gotta go create, yeah. And we need V10. Viper, where's that? What was that earlier rascal? Maybe this guy. 645 at the base. Okay, create. And then we already have... Oops. The engine block. Good deal. Wait, so we're off to a good start. So I don't think I have any of these parts in the warehouse, but if we do have any of those, we'll definitely get those from there. So we've got camshaft we need, and a crank. Yep, definitely don't have any of those in the warehouse. Cam gear, very proprietary parts on this Viper E10. Ooh, time and chain. Probably won't necessarily be putting these on in the order they need to go. Nope, so we'll leave that off for now. Let's get some pistons and rings. 10 of those, alright. I gotta remind myself of this. Got 10 of these, not just 8. So here, we need 10 of these. Then we gotta put the rings on them, so let's get the rings while we're at it. That should be just standard rings. Those. And slap them in. So, I guess my approach for today, at least, is just to kind of create our own config based on default car. Really trying to understand too, I guess, as far as a little more how these bonus parts work with, you know, things. So what I did on this one, and we'll get to that at one point or another. What I did for the engine, once it's complete, the way I put the filters on this one has dual intakes, I guess, as far as throttle bodies. Oh, that's understandable. They're definitely understandable, Thunderlane. I appreciate you coming back. But yeah, what I did on this one, I guess, as far as because it has the 2 throttle bodies, I got 2 air filters, and then I also included a bonus part, I guess, as far as for hoses that go in between the air filter and the throttle body. And so I'm going to see how that's going to look here. So The way you apply it in the editor obviously is just a bonus part, so you don't see it right away. It's not going to show it as a part that needs to go on there. And you have to go into... that's what I came over here for. You got to go into... which one is it now? Oh yeah, it is a little bit... interior additional parts, and then you have to go to additional parts like this instead of interior in order to put those on. So just trying to understand, I guess, as far as how that process works, I guess, as far as putting the bonus parts on there. So it should be a little bit different and interesting. So we need a couple of heads. So let's get a couple of heads. So yeah, oh, wait a minute. I got a head B, I guess, as far as in the warehouse. Okay, let's go check that out. It says the screen. I guess that's all fixed up. So we got, let's see where that one's at. That would be my engines. So we've got a head B in here somewhere. Got that dude, this dude. Oh, wait a minute, I got both heads. Why is it the only one that's... well, V10, OHV, MTB. So here's a Viper head, and that's a Viper head. So we got Viper heads in here. Okay, I'm going to grab both those. So I don't know why the other one wasn't showing in there, but you have one. Took them out, so obviously it's not going to show anymore. So we got both those heads. Sweet. We'll go ahead and use those. Not doing any good in the warehouse. Cool. So there's that head. I mean, I had a pretty decent morning. It wasn't until I tried getting things fired up for stream that there was just so much stuff that was broken. Just like, this is nuts. I mean, like, Windows had an update, and a lot of the extensions and such had things wrong with it. It just wasn't a fun time. So it's just like, what is this trying to tell me today? So I can somewhat relate. Not having a good afternoon so far, anyway. So these heads are taken care of. We already got those. So timing cover, I don't have. Let's get a timing cover. Again, pretty proprietary design for this timing cover for the Viper. All right, let's get the bottom end buttoned up. Got a little ahead of myself there, so let's get that 3 crank bearings, 4 crank bearings. Okay, put those on the list. 4 crank bearings for this V10. Normally we would just have 3 if it's only the 8 cylinder. Yeah. You see what I did there? I guess as far as I got a little ahead of myself because I was putting the heads on there, yeah. Normally I get the bottom end done up first before I put all the top end stuff on. That's the way you would normally do it anyway. So rod caps, we need 10 of these. Yeah, like this. Yep. I'll do that one for myself. I guess I missed that part. A little bit of a dad joke there for you. I would have to say too, I guess, as far as probably been a hot minute since we did the V10, the Viper engine. There's a little bit of webcam action for you. Definitely feeling and looking a little goofy today. This is based on I didn't really clean up all that much, I guess, as far as I was already running late as it was. So just wanted to get the stream fired up. I kind of feel like I'm still playing catch up for the Monday and Tuesday last week that we didn't get to stream. We already had Memorial Day. I observed that, I guess, as far as having that off. So, yeah, I definitely feel like I'm playing a little bit of catch up without the mustard. You know what I mean? There's another good one. I don't know if anybody caught that. Let's get a new flywheel. Well, I got plenty of ketchup. Trust me, I got plenty of ketchup. I think I'm low on mustard though. I got mustard in the jar, but I don't have it in the squeeze bottle. So, might have to get a new squeeze bottle, I guess, as far as the mustard. I know there's a lot of people that I know that like to just put their mustard on with a knife, you know, out of the jar instead of squeeze bottle. I know, I guess I just like the convenience of the squeeze bottle. Throw out bearing. Cool. Alright, we need an oil pan to button up the spotting then. Pretty flat design on this one. Doesn't have the baffle in it. There we go. Still playing a cake. Yeah, it is a messy game. Playing catch up, I guess, as far as in any stretch of the means, I guess, as far as this, very messy. Kind of plays tricks on your mind. At least it does for me. I feel like I'm just not getting caught up. America. Okay, so does this one have... Hold on a second. Yeah, it does have push rods. So we're going to need 20 push rods. Put that on the list. 20 push rods. 2 per cylinder. We never did come up with a name for this one. So we do the 16, I guess, as far as mechanics doesn't. Never did come up with a name for those. For the Viper. What sounds good to you? Mechanics doesn't? So we've kind of reserved, I guess, as far as oh shoot, mechanics doesn't, I guess, as far as for the 16. You know, the Bakers have their dozen. You know, the 13, I guess, as far as, so for push rods and rockers, I guess, as far as on V8s at least anyway. But for the Viper here, never came up with a name, its own name, I guess, as far as for that. Gotta call it something else. Can't be called a mechanics dozen as well. Maybe a mechanics dozen plus? Maybe? Mechanics dozen plus. That's the simplest I can come up with for now. Alright, there's all those. Now let's get some rockers. Rockers and rollers. So we need 20 of these. Ooh, 2 per cylinder. Never worked on one of these in reality. Let alone a V12. I've worked on many V8s. Mostly of US design. So this is definitely one of these games, I guess, as far as that gives me a little bit of appreciation, I guess, as far as for how some of these other engines are built and the way they're designed. Ooh, alright, so there's that side. I'm sure once we get this Viper Vet done, I guess, as far as probably keep that, but I think that bare frame Chevy Malibu, we'll probably sell that one because we already have one in our parking garage. All right, so a couple things that we've got on the docket for today. So we got a couple of those dudes. I don't think we have any of these in the warehouse. Oh, doesn't look like it. So we got an A and B. One's going to be the oil fill side, like that one. Always got to have an oil fill side, I guess, as far as on the valve cover. Oil's got to get in there somehow. Cool. Some of these other cars that we've worked on, though, I guess, as far as they have just like an oil pump, where it'll pump the oil, I guess, as far as through braided line or such, I guess, as far as to get it into the engine. And it'll have a reservoir, not on the engine bottom itself. Kind of interesting. Okay, all that's in there. So, did we get exhaust manifolds? Do you have any of these in the warehouse? We do not. Okay, so let's go ahead and buy a couple new ones of those. Can I get over here, please? Okay, there we go. We got it. Alright, so there's all that. So these are going to be from the electronic shop. That one will be electronic shop. Let's get some pulleys on here. Harmonic balancer. A couple of idlers. Okay. Crank pulley, also known as harmonic balancer. Just wait, was that one or two of those? Just one? Okay, that's the water pump pulley. Okay. It's like this is a very specific one for the Viper. B10. One there. There. Power steering pump. That's actually for an inline 4. That's a lot smaller engine type of power steering pump. Okay. Let's go ahead and do our intake manifold. It's one of those weird designs where it's just got a huge hole in there. So like most of the intakes that we deal with on the V8s, they kind of hug, I guess, as far as the interior of the top of the engine block, and the not necessarily raised like this. And so many bolts. So many bolts. Do a crisscross pattern. They make you wanna jump, jump. Some of you get that joke. Some of you do. So yeah, it's got the 2 throttle bodies. Fuel rails. So here's the 2 throttle bodies it has on there. So the way I did it for this Viper Vet, I put 2, I forget what kind of air filters on it that'll in here, but it has this space in between it to be able to put a bonus part for a hose. So if I got the money, what money bolts? What are you talking about? What kind of money bolts? It's got a lot of bolts on it. So throttles, we don't have any of these in the warehouse. So many bolts on this intake, yes. It's kind of a close comparison, I guess, as far as to the Aston Martin. Yeah, those engine builds, those have a lot of bolts on it. We've kind of dubbed most of those engine builds as a bolt wagon. So many bolts. Let's get some. So many bolts. On the intake, on this one at least anyway, yeah. Mostly just on the intake, so we got a couple of fuel rails. Cool. Let's get ourselves a oil filter. I think I might have missed a joke. I'm a little bit off today, I guess, as far as, so if I missed a joke, have to excuse my ignorance, I suppose. I didn't mean to miss the joke. Alright, so I think everything we got left is going to be from the electronics store. So we got the ignition coils and the alternator. So let's get 4, 5, only 5 ignition coils, is that right? 2, 3, 4, 5, yeah. So, interesting. So each of these must function 2 cylinders. Right? No. No, we got 5 cylinders. Never mind. That's like I said, I'm off today. I'm a little bit off today. So let's go to the electronics store. Let's try not to breathe too much into it. So we need 10 of these. Okay, and we'll get an alternator and some plugs. What is that emote? Words are hard. Yep. For me, for today at least, anyway, they are. Okay, and then that's just for aesthetics there, I guess, as far as the Viper engine cover. Valve covers. We'll get that on there in a second. These, amongst some of the other types of ignition coils, these bolt down. A lot of the ignition coils that we apply to modern engines, they just kind of plop in there. They don't necessarily bolt down. Okay, so let's get a couple of oil covers. That's what they're calling them. Alright, so let's go back to this store for a second. Oil cover. Oh, I never did try to see if we could paint these. It'd be kind of wild to paint those. So I think this color red is what we'd go for, I guess, as far as on the color of the Viper Vet. Alright, so we just get our alternator. Electronic stop. Okay, so the only thing we should need is belts and sparkulators. That should pretty much finish up that engine build. Oh, one more idler. Cool, there's all that. So now don't forget the sparkulators. Sparkulators right down here. Get 10 of those. Will be from the electronic shop. That should be the last item. Okay. Oh, I guess there's wires that go on there too. Okay. Wires that connect into the ignition coil itself, I guess. Yep. We got these here. So we got 2 of these we got to get. One for each side. Oh, so there's an A and a B. Okay, hold on. Buy that one. So I guess there's a B as well. So this one must be a B. Yep, this one's a B. To be or not to be? That is the ultimate question. Alright, I think our engine build is complete. But yeah, massive room, I guess, as far as underneath that. I don't know if that's mainly for airflow, who knows. Try to be different on this design. Anyway, that engine is complete. We're ready to pop that in there. We're going to fix this up here, though, before we do that.
You can do it!
Oh, we're trying to. Definitely trying to. So these are the parts that we could not repair. So we'll just gladly scrap those. So, interesting thing about these have, I think, I don't remember if these did have an offset on these. I think they have a natural offset. Can't remember if I did put the, so that ET that we usually see at 0 allows for an offset to have a little bit more on the hub of the rim. I don't remember if I applied a different offset on these or not. Yeah, so we'll do the front end first, and then we'll work our way to the back. He's somewhat systematic, I guess, as far as on the restoration. sway bar. Whoops. Guess I gotta get this end off here first. I think the rims will clean up. Rims look repairable, so that's definitely a huge plus. Oop, get that end leg out first. Yeah, a lot of these parts are in pretty good shape to be able to just repair them up. I like it. So, I can't remember how much we were in the hole. This did come from auction. I think it was a 1 or 2 star. Obviously, it didn't have an engine at all. But I think we were in the hole a little bit, but not too much. Got to show that. Okay, we got the front end off of this. So we got a couple of rotors here we can machine. Fix the rest of these parts up. That rotor is done. Let's get the other rotor on there. Multitasking. It's all about that multitasking. Hurry up already. Okay, so that's good there. Let's get a couple of new brake pads. It's all for the front end. Brake pads, we'll get wheel bearings. A couple of those. Caps for those. Need some tie rod stuff. I'll get those shock assemblies taken apart. All those particular things. Let's take away these shock assemblies. Oh, that comes much later. That comes much later, but yeah, we'll definitely get to that. And there's a raffle. Got to keep these separated. So let's go here. And one of those, and a cap. Yeah, those will definitely get in there. And we got that that new compound for the blinker fluid and washer fluid, windshield washer fluid. That's right. Front springs and 2 caps. Don't forget to take these off here. Actually, we need to get these together. What am I doing? Gotta get that mowing done. You weren't able to do it yesterday. Too hot out. Yeah. So you said it was 80 degrees over there. You said we're a little bit cooler here today, but it was kind of nice. Definitely kind of nice today. I think that's it. Do I need my rubber bushings? Yeah. I need 12 rubber bushings. Yeah, I don't think we were like 70 or 71 last I checked here. Pretty nice out with the sun. Sun shining. 12 of those. And other than a new sway bar and end link, I think we're good to go. That's a little warm. I mean, not bad, but that's not too bad. A little hot out there, so if you do end up having to go mowing, just have to make sure you stay hydrated. Toasty! Yeah, just a tad toasty. You got that right. Okay, steering rack was repaired. You get the tie rod stuff, yeah. I don't know if this was missing a radiator. Is that missing a radiator? I'll have to double check that. Can't remember if I took that out or not. I think that was missing. Sway bar, yes, we'll need a new one. You gotta do 2 lawns today? So you're playing catch up too then? So you kinda know what I'm talking about when you find yourself in that boat of having to play catch up? Without the mustard? Yeah, so you know a little bit what I'm talking about. Well, it's kinda nice that they're both the same size. Definitely get a better idea of how long it's going to take since they are relatively the same size. So I might have asked this already, but I don't remember if you told me. I guess as far as how many acres? How big is the what you got to mow? I think you might have told me before, but I think I forgot. Wheel bearings, packet full of grease, cap that off. Rotors are remachined. New pads. Calipers are refurbished. So you just know the field and not the yard? I mean, I wasn't sure if you knew or not. Okay, we need 2 of these, 1 for either side of the sway bar. Tying all that steering. There we go. Shock assemblies. So more than 1 day for both. Sounds like it's a pretty big yard then. If it takes all day for both yards. Now, does that include trimming or just mowing? Some people tend to include or exclude, I guess, as far as trimming. So if that's just mowing, yeah, that's a big yard. Yeah, I kind of get the sense that they are pretty big. Right? So even using a riding mower, if it takes you all day for both yards, sounds like a big yard. Yeah, I don't have to mow our courtyard here, I guess, as far as I think until July. So like first week of July, I think that's my turn, I guess, as far as for Thunderline getting fluids off of that. Nice. Yeah, get your walking done because it does count that. I think that's kind of weird that it does that though. Counts towards your walking. Even though you're riding a mower. Okay, so we're gonna break these tires down. I think we're ready to do the tires. So do you actually do some walking after physically? I think you already said you did. So it's not like you just count what your app says, I guess, as far as that you got, you know, the fact that the mower, riding the mower, I guess, as far as they actually count your steps, like you mentioned before, you don't count that as actually getting walking in. So you actually go physically walking after. Some people like to cheat on that, which is, I think it's not, that's not the right thing to do. Shouldn't cheat on that. I know you don't do that, though. You've already clarified that. We need some new tires for these. Let's go here. 245, 25, 20. 245, 25, 20. So if we do... Did I put that on the list? Oh, we did. 245, 25, 20. Okay. We need these 20-inch. Need two of them. 245. 25. Pretty low profile, I guess, as far as I know. But it's got a bigger rim on it. Okay. Fair enough. That's for our front tires. Okay, let's get those put together. Rim's cleaned up pretty nice. Those SRT rims. Must have the balance. Okay, so there's our front end. Let's get that all back put together. So let's see what else we missed on our front end. So I think we're missing radiator and all that. Yeah, these are a pretty interesting design. Yeah, I think these have a natural offset on these, I guess, as far as to give it a little bit of lift off of the rotor, off the hub. Looks pretty good. Okay, so bring her down for a second. I want to check and see if I do have a radiator. Oh, no. No. I don't think we have any of those types of rims in this this deal. All of them have... We don't have any one-lug rims. Yep, so we are missing the radiator. Okay. So you can see the hologram here, I guess, as far as for how I did this one here, and it doesn't show the hologram for the bonus part. I got a hose going in between where the throttle bodies are into the air filters. So it's something we'll have to tackle at some point. Okay, let's go back to this store. Get ourselves a radiator. So I'm gonna leave these out for the time being. Let's get ourselves a battery that we'll have to get at the electronics store. I do have a couple of them in the warehouse. I'm gonna keep those in there. I see what you did there. And to let that one soak in for a little bit. So we need a servo. I think we've got... Yeah, let me double check here. How many servos do we have in there? Yeah, I see what you did there. Servos. So we've got plenty of modules. I don't have any brake servo. I got one. So I'm going to buy a new one. That one's... And I want to put that one in there. Okay, so what we'll do... A new servo. I did. I walked right into that one. My own fault. Yep, it was definitely my own fault. Okay, so... Let's get this container. This container. That container. All the containers. So bug juice container. Cherry juice container. And Gatorade juice container. Gotta have that overflow. Great. We'll get to that. We'll definitely get to that. Okay, let's do the fuse panel. Oh, wrong store. I knew that. Keeping you all on your toes. Alright, let's get some fuse and relays. Okay, We got fusion relays. Need 2 of the big boys. 3 of those guys. We need 2 of those. Yeah, I want some of those actually. Ooh, ranch Doritos. 3 of those. I've got what did I pick up there? They had extra bags from Monday, I guess, as far as they had the festivities for the kind of the community cookout. They had bags of regular chips. I think they were just Ruffles. I got the Ruffles. Was able to take a bag of those and a couple of bottles of 2-liter pop. Ooh, I missed one of these. Whoopsie, I gotta get another one. I missed one. So yeah, I'm thinking I'm gonna... I know I talked about it yesterday. I might have some spaghetti. I might make spaghetti for this evening. Oh yeah, it was good food and good things they had, like cornhole and all that stuff there. It was a fun time. You can see we got the exhaust all set up. I guess we'll get this back up in the air and figure some stuff out down below. Gotta get the rear end. I guess we'll work on the rear end next. Let's work on the rear end. Yeah, pizza wouldn't be a bad thing either for today. But yeah, I got to talking about the spaghetti yesterday. I had my pulled pork fajitas. I had that left over from the cookout, so I had those yesterday. That was kind of our makeshift tacos for our Taco Tuesday. So yeah, that turned out pretty good. Put a little bit of Baby Ray's barbecue sauce on that pulled pork. They already had it marinated with something, and they had it on the cooker. So I guess as far as, but it was even better with a little bit of Baby Ray's. Oh my, what are you doing there, bro? Get that tire off of there. Yeah, we got the disc brakes on her. 4-wheel disc brakes. Okay, we gotta get the drive shaft out of there. I think it's funny that we don't have an engine, but the drive shaft's still on this thing. Drive shaft's still just dangling on there. And we still gotta take the bolts out even though there's no transmission. That's funny. It's kind of funny. Kind of funny. Alright, so let's do that. Looks like our rear end's repairable. Alright, let's get that all fixed up. So I do have some rotors we got to machine. Yeah, lots of WD-40, that's for sure. Get those fixed up. So I started playing around with the idea after stream yesterday about... There was plenty that came in with all the twerking emotes, and I'm thinking what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna take a look at this really quick. I think the zombie animated emote that I have, I might get rid of that one. So this guy. And I'm going to put a twerking emote in front of that. We haven't played a lot of survival games in a while. So I think I might swap that one out. Get ourselves a twerking emote. People had fun with that yesterday. I thought that was kind of funny. So let's get this other rotor on there. I only need a couple of rubber bushings for these control arms in the rear. Nothing too serious. Yeah, that's my raging emo, yep. I don't see a lot of people use that one. I think I use it more than the users do. That fits my personality when I get ragey. And trust me, y'all know, you've seen it. I guess as far as when I get a little ragey, a little salty, I guess as far as you can feel it. I have not seen anybody use it, quite honestly. At least over here, anyway. I don't know if they're using it in other channels, but definitely not here. Alright, let's get that rotor off of there. We need a couple of new brake pads for the rear. Go back to this store. Whoops, horse habit. Some brake pads. 2 of those. And then a couple of rubber bushings, just over the regular type. For those control arms. Alright, I think that is it. Let's get this rear end put back together. I'll probably need new springs and all that good stuff. We'll get that. Get those as we need them. Knuckles. Caps. Oh yeah, we'll have to get some new springs. Springs and top caps. Oh, that cap in there. Back. Boop. Try that again. That didn't work the way it was supposed to. Top cap. Yep, get some new ones of those. And then of course some new shocks. Oh, what the heck, bro? No, I don't want that in there. What are you doing? What are you doing? Isn't it? It is shocking, isn't it? So I meant to put this guy on. Let's get some new shocks. And just like you said, shocking, I know. Shocking that we need new shocks. Alright, so back and plate. Drive axle. And of course our rotors, we got those remachined. New pads. Calipers are all refurbished. You know what we could really do on these with this style of rim? We could actually paint the calipers if we wanted to. Would be a good idea. I think we might paint them red. Maybe even put some sport rotors on it. I don't know. We'll take a look at it. Not that we haven't done it before. It's just we don't do it as much as we probably could. Back and plate. Drive axle. Brake disc. Alright, let's put these control arms in. Get those bolted onto the axle housing. All this fixed up so nicely, so nicely. New rubber bushings. Cool. Alright, let's get this back in there. Obviously, we'll leave the drive shaft out for now. Wonder why it's I don't know if we're gonna keep this one or not. I'm thinking because it's one of our own configs. You know, we'll get a dyno and all that stuff, test her out, see how we feel about it. Something I wanted to try out. So the fact that it's allowing me to put the drive shaft in already without the engine, I don't know if that's a problem. I'm gonna wait on that though, obviously, before we get the engine in there. So tires need to be broke down. We need to get ourselves a fuel tank. That was missing. Yeah, usually you can't put that in before the engine. So, not sure why it's doing that. We're gonna leave it out though until we get the engine in there, just to kind of make it more legit. All right, let's break it down. These tires, keep them separated. Yeah, it's pulling its own shenanigans. Probably right. I think you're right. Alright, let's get these rims fixed up. You're not left. You're not left what? What'd I miss there? Rims are good. Alright, let's check out the rear tires. Now you're just confusing me. You're trying to confuse me. You're playing your own shenanigans. So these are 75 wide, 30 on the sidewall, 21 inch rear end. Okay. Right. We're gonna go back and forth like this. 275, 30, 21. Alright, let's get that on the list. Go to the tire shop. Tire shop. Oh, 21. Oh my god. So 30 on the sidewall. Whoops. And 275 on the width. I need two of those. Couple thousand, I guess, as far as for some new tires. Alright, let's get those put back on our refurbished rims. No, you right. You could go all day with that. Probably. Since I am a little bit off today. Just off kilter. Yeah, I'm hoping to get this thing burning out, I guess, as far as once we get it all together. Got that Viper V10 in power. And there you have it. That's good there. So we're gonna get let's get the engine plopped in here. We got some beefy tires in the back there. Got some fat tires in the back. Yeah, I'm kind of thinking we'll probably try and paint the calipers on that. Give it a little bit of offset. I think with the red, painting the car red and having the red calipers, we'll do that. Let's get this engine in here first. Get it off the stand. Slap her in. I don't know. I guess we'll find out. Alright, 100% green build on that Viper. Look at that. Fills that engine bay right up. Let's move this out of the way so we're not tripping on it. So we do need to get the air filter. Get those in there. Well, that was on the front wheels, yeah, because it was sitting too low. That was on the drag Pinto, the Pro Stock Pinto, yeah. Had to raise that up a little bit. That shouldn't be too bad right there, but I guess we'll find out once we get it over the strip. Okay, let's go back to this store, get a couple of air filter bases. I did these for the Hellcat, that's what I did. Need two of those. Slap those in. Yeah, and I left the gap in here, I guess, as far as to be able to put the hose as a bonus part. Now, you don't have to put it on there, I guess, as far as to make the car complete, but to make it look more aesthetically appealing, if anything else. So, wait a minute, what happened there? We already got both bases. Yeah, we can take that off there. We need 2 filters. And then, of course, the cover for them. Cool. Get our couple covers. I don't remember if these got... I think it's got clips on them. I think they need clips. Yep. So we're gonna need 8 clips. It's probably not a bad idea. Turn the air on, I guess, first, because it'll probably be all hot and... Yep, from being outside. Probably not a bad idea. Okay, so we got all those. Okay, I think that's all in there. Did I miss any? Oh, I missed one right there. Did I get those too close together? Oh, I think we're good. Let's go back here. Did I get all the clips? I just got the drive shaft. Okay, cool. So there's that. So what we can do for these hoses is we can go into this mode. Hold on a minute. Yep, go to here. Additional parts, and then we can see where those go. Right there. Right? Okay, so now we can go into the store. Remember how this works. Get out of this mode. And we can go to bonus parts, like here. And there's the clamps. There's the boot clamps. Didn't realize I had this air scoop. Get 2 of those. Now, I didn't make these. I don't take credit for making these, just for the placement of them in here. So, we're going to go... See, I keep going in the wrong mode. Gotta go into this mode here, and now we can put those in. Ta-da! And that one makes it more complete. This is how it's got boots on them. That didn't work out too bad, other than the fact that you got to go into a different mode to put those in there. That makes it look a lot more complete that way. Sweet. Alright, we'll go ahead and get the drive shaft in on the bottom. We gotta get a transmission on this thing here too. So we need a transmixer. Go back to this store. Don't have any of these in the warehouse. We'll go ahead and get that put in there. Kind of a interesting design to that gearbox too. It's kind of more elongated. Okay, so still let us put the drive shaft on there. That's good. Sweet. There she be. Starter. Gotta see. Do I have any more V8 starters in the warehouse? Guess we'll find out here. In fact, I can check here. Yeah, I don't even have that on the list. Okay, let's see if we got any more V8 starters. I have 2 that are 3-star out, so I'm gonna buy a new one. Yeah, if there was a way to take the stars off of that one, I probably would. So let's go to the electronics store and get ourselves a starter of the V8 variety. That would be this guy. Slap that in. And of course we got to get all the exhaust for it. So we got that there. That there. Back to this door. So 2 of these. This allows for side pipes. 1 of those and 1 of these. Wait, is that got the tip separate? Well, the tip is separate. I'll be dang. That's the middle muffler and the rear muffler. I'll be dang. Okay. We need 2 of these. And then 2 of these. So no catalytic converters on this puppy. Just got that section. I guess that's kind of built into that section. Guess that's how they did that. Okay. So there's our side exhaust. Beautiful. Alright, so bottom end's buttoned up. Now we get to put all the fluids into there. Make sure this puppy runs. Did I get the fuel pump in there? I think I did. Yeah, we did get the fuel pump in there. Just wanted to make sure. So, motor honey. Let's get some motor honey in here. See, what's weird when you're in these different modes, you don't see the bonus parts on the car. So when we're in this mode, those boots are gone, but once you get out of this mode, they're still there. Okay, so we get sufficient motor honey in there. I'm gonna put a little bit more, just a little bit more. Just a little spit in there. That's good. Alright, so let's put some Gatorade juice into this tank. A little bit of Prestone. Let's take a look at berry juice. Oh, it's on this side, I got it. A little bit of room there for expansion. So one thing I guess I didn't do on this one here is I didn't include a fan on the radiator. That may be something we could probably adjust on this config. I think there might be... I think part of the reason why I didn't is there wasn't a whole lot of room there. It's just first to put a fan on that radiator. So that gives me some ideas. So I can either put an additional cooling tank or try to put a fan on there somewhere. But yeah, that turned out pretty cool. I like how that looks. Very custom, I guess, as far as Viper engine or Viper vet. So we still need some brake fluid in here, and I think that's all the fluids. So probably another thing we didn't apply to this car is a ABS. That's something else that could be applied to this if we wanted to. Yeah, we didn't put ABS on this, so a couple of things that we could probably adjust to it being either an additional coolant tank, since we don't have the fan on there, put a fan on there, and also to put ABS in here. Kind of tight in here, so I guess that's my only excuse for not putting ABS in there. Not that we really have to have the ABS on there, but I think it would be kind of cool to have it. Alright, I think we need to get this thing painted now. Let's get this plate off. Are they still spying on you? I know I made that joke with you. Send me that video. I'm sure that's not what they're doing. They're probably just joyriding. But they might be doing some surveying, I guess, as far as for like a farmer or something. It could be. We have those around here. It's actually probably inspired by what you did there, Glishman. Yeah, I think this might have been... I had it saved on my desktop. The config for it, and I kind of added to it. But I think it might be. So... it's a little bit kind of influenced, I guess, as far as by that. So we call it the Viper-Vet. We're going to paint it red, similar to the engine cover. And I think we'll do the calipers on the rims, I guess, as far as the same deal. So what we did, as I already pointed out there, we put some bonus parts for some hoses on the throttle bodies into the air filters. And I think that looks a lot more complete that way. Having some hoses in between there. Got to have some filtration for the air going into the engine. I think it turned out pretty cool. Anyway, let's go get this thing painted. I think we're going to do it shade of red. Let's move this over to the paint booth. Now, I don't think I'm going to put any livery on it, but I think I'm just going to do... let's get her painted. Paint the car. Let's do red. Go. I don't know if we got a. I don't know if we got a livery for that. We can probably check. I don't think there are any flames. Okay, it's a little bit too dark a red. I'm gonna do here. That's the saturation. Go to this end. Brightness. Oh, there we go. That's what I was looking for. A little bit brighter red. Let's see what kind of liveries we have for this. So we got those. Don't like it. Stripes. Black stripes. White stripes. Or none. Yeah, so we don't have any flames for it, unfortunately. Kind of digging that that color red though. That's a sexy looking red. If I did put any liveries on this at all, I'd probably go black stripes. Probably these. Black stripes. Yeah, I can go black stripes on it. I think we'll do that. Yeah, so no flames, unfortunately. Let's go ahead and paint that. Ta-da! And there she be. He is painted. Alright, let's get this back over to the left. Well, you can paint your own. You can definitely paint your own livery for this. Definitely could. So this is something that I've been trying to get figured out with the Gen 2 Camaro, being able to put stuff like the stripes on it. Right now it's not very very good. But yeah, that looks pretty good. So we got the red engine cover, red paint job. I think we're gonna do something with the calipers too. We're gonna paint those red as well. I think that would look pretty slick. Yeah, let's do that with the calipers. Let's try it on here. Take these calipers back off. And let's get these painted. Oops, excuse me, didn't mean to get in your way. Blue, a bird must follow its reflection. Get that every once in a while here too. Time to just shake it off and then fly away. Alright, so let's paint this caliper. And we're gonna do it this color. Is that too dark? You might have to go like this. Yep, do it that way. So I think what I want to do, hold on a minute. Under this guy, so we want to do normal, everything, mixed. I guess it's gonna paint this part no matter what. Ooh, that's funky looking there. Yeah, that definitely makes sense through Thunder Lane. So, almost too bright there. So I wonder if we go, hold on a minute. I go like this, go this shade of red. I guess it won't matter. Brightness. Oh, slick. Okay, so I can change the brightness this way. Now, this is making it kind of a smooth. I don't know if I want that. So in comparison to that. Okay. Okay. Playing around with this a little bit to see what we got. Interesting. Go back to this end. Brightness. Want to keep it brighter. Probably something like that. A little darker, I guess, as far as I wish I could leave that not colored. What I'd want to do. But out of all these mixes here, we don't have that option for not to paint that. Every one of these mixes here allows that to paint. It's a good idea. Definitely a good idea. Oh, look at that. So that's wood. Ew, what the heck is that? Like that. Carbon fiber, I think. Or is that carbon fiber? That's carbon fiber. Chrome plated, okay. So chrome and chrome plated. Aluminium. Black. Yeah, I think I want them red though. That's too red. There's the wood. Leather. Okay, so I think that's we're just gonna go normal like that, and let's go back to this color. Saturation. Guess that's as bright red as I can get. Solid. See if we do this as matte. There we go. Try that out and see what that looks. This is a brake caliper. Painting our brake calipers, it gets us first to see how they look against our black rims. Alright, let's see how this looks. Probably even put some drilled and slotted rotors on it. Check that out. Yeah, that looks pretty slick that way. I think that's what we're gonna go with. That's what we're gonna go with. Oop, oop. Make sure that's off. Alright, so let's do it on this side then. Do this caliper. So we should still have that in our swath, yeah? This one right here. Cool. Good to me. Yeah, the only thing with this painting these, I wish this wouldn't get painted. That's the only thing. Leave that still metallic. Other than that, they look pretty good. I appreciate the lurk there, underlay. Maybe we'll get that moment done. Okay, let's do the back ones there as well. take the other one off too. Do them both at the same time. Now we have less running around. Alright, let's get those painted up. Okay, so let's use that swath. Cool. And we got one more to do. Good deal. Slap those back on. You know, something else I didn't put on this car was an ECU. That's just thought of that. So between ECU and yeah, we need to get the ECU on this thing. Thought of that. Okay, let's get the tires back on. Yeah, we definitely got to get an ECU on this thing. That beast of an engine's got to have some type of engine management. I think that's something we'll be able to do there as far as to put the ECU on this bad boy. Okay. Tires are all on it. So I think these red calipers on this should be pretty slick. Hey, look at that. Yeah, what's going on there, old timer? Welcome on in. Yeah, that looks pretty good. I like the red calipers on that. Sweet. Yeah, we're gonna have to go back into the editor, and we need to figure out a place to put the ECU on this thing. But I do have the fuse panel. I might even move the battery up front. We can put the ECU over here. Definitely not a whole lot of room on that firewall with that big old V10 in there. We could probably maybe even put the ECU over here. Probably put the ECU right there. Alright, so we're going to do that before we actually get any testing on this thing. Might get that as a freebie, but that's okay. That's quite okay, I guess, as far as once we add that part. Yeah, it's a Viper Vet. That's what I'm dubbing this head. Got influenced here by Ghulishman. Yeah, put the V10, I guess, as far as into the Viper Vet. That's what we're dubbing it as. So I think what we're gonna do, all that being said and done, we're gonna save this up, go into the editor, and put an ECU on this puppy. Cool. Let's go to main menu. Yes, please. I knew I forgot some things, I guess, as far as, so that was one of them. So let's go into the editor. And need a little bit of editor music. We do have side pipes. Yep, there are side pipes on it. We got the Viper pipes on it. We do indeed. So let's load up that config for Viper Vet. It does have the side pipes on it. Got the Viper side pipes on it. So what we need to do on this, open her up. I just used what I need here. So the problem is, if I was only able to scale them in one direction, it would be fine, but you can't. Yeah, so the fact that it uniform scales it scales them up, so it gets like a bigger diameter. I don't want that. Now, if I had the means of just to stretch it out, you know, in one direction, I would definitely do that. It doesn't let you do that. That's the only problem. So have to settle with that. That's the best we can get it. ECU. We need to get an ECU, and I think we're going to put it right over here. That'll be a good spot for it. So let's go ahead and go to our parts. And we'll just add this to it. So, bloop. There's our dummy. What are you calling a dummy? And then let's put our ECU. Where to put that thing? What's going on there, Monty? We're just adding some things to our Viper vet. A little bit of inspiration, I guess, as far as from. So I think I'm going to turn this. This way does that go? Yep. I want to turn this around. So we want to go. I always get this confused. 90. What the heck? My num lock's not in. Yep, Viper vet. I need to go 180 this way. Yeah, there we go. That's better. Okay, so we're going to put it down this way. Now, we'll get this as a freebie onto our car, since we didn't have this on here originally, but that's okay. Yeah, I don't take full credit for this, so it was inspired by Gulishman. Gulishman had the idea for it. I had it saved on my desktop, and never got released, so I guess put it that way. I don't know if I want it this way. I guess we'll put it this way. That looks good. That's good. Oh, we got it in here. Yeah, we've played it. Yeah, we've played the demo. Sure have. What I'm really hoping that they do tweak on a little bit is the store, or especially the shopping list. Well, you know what? It's got a little bit of a slant to it, doesn't it? So what we'll do, I think that's going to be on the X. We can go. Whoops, nope, wrong way. So far, yeah, I do like the modular nature of a lot of the parts. But what they need to do is, I'm hoping they fix up, I guess, as far as how the shopping list works. Yeah, I'm hoping definitely that they. Okay, is that too much of an angle? 350. Let's go 345. Oh, that's too much. Okay, hold on. So we need to go 355. Okay, we had it at 350. That was a little too much. Let's do. Okay, hold on. Okay, that's too far down. 352. There we go. Something like about that. Got a little bit of an angle there on that part. Oh, that's cool. I like it. Sweet. So then we got that in there, and whether or not we want to put, I don't think there's enough room there to put a fan. So that was something I kind of fought with, I guess, as far as putting a fan on that radiator. So we went this route. I think we're gonna leave the fan off it. If anything, we could put another coolant reservoir. We could slap that over here. Yeah, we could do that. So let's put another coolant reservoir over on this side to kind of even it out, because obviously we don't have the fan on the radiator. We need a little bit more cooling on that. So let's do, where do I got? You bought a lemon? Car Marketplace. What car marketplace are we talking about? Out of curiosity. So let me see. Where did I put? What reservoir right there? I can't duplicate that one, so we just gotta add a new one. So it's coolant reservoir 3. That's what I wanted to get. That's what I wanted to get. So let's do add coolant reservoir 3. So that's up here. That one? Oh, you did? You were able to buy a car? When did you buy a car? I didn't know they had that option in that demo. I didn't realize I had that option to buy cars. Maybe that's something I might have missed. Last I remember, I don't think you could buy cars in there. Oh, it's a mod, I see. Yeah, I haven't tried any mods in the demo. I get you. So we need to turn at 90 degrees. Okay. Let's turn this puppy 90 degrees on the Y. Cool. And then I'm going to copy some of these values. I wish there was a way you could actually shift some of these parts in the order so you don't have to keep scrolling away. Just 2 mods. Yeah, I've never been a big fan of it myself anyway, I guess, as far as the mod demos. Because it kind of takes away from what the developers are doing to the game. You know, so the fact that the demo is just that, it's a demo. It's not going to stay that way, I guess, as far as in the official release. So that's been my only reason not to do that. So if we do copy that. Now, if after the official release comes out, if there's something, like we use the quality of life mod, for example. If there's something in there that the game doesn't have, then I can see putting the mods. Okay, so we got that. What's our Y? YSY. Copy that, dude. And then Z. 3. So we'll copy this dude, put that on this one up here. Now it's gonna put it in the same spot, but I'll be able to slide it over. Want to get a rough idea, now we can slide that puppy over this way. Yeah, where I had that. I have no idea. I wouldn't want to even mess with it, to be honest. That's just my personal opinion. So what is the... So which one is that? That would be on the X. What I'm going to do is get the X value on this one, which is 3517, and we'll apply... Yeah, we don't have access to that yet, I guess, as far as the demo. I'm assuming it's going to be at least as big, if not bigger, as far as to have as many as even 21 has, for example. 3517. So where does that put that? There we go. Now it should be directly opposite of that one. That looks pretty good. Got a couple of coolant reservoirs just to make up for not having a fan on the radiator. We got our ECU in there and our additional coolant reservoir. Sweet. Our Viper-vet. Let's go ahead and save that puppy. Most of the ones from here are from Nexus, yeah. Yep, I'm aware of, you can get like the quality of life mod, I guess, as far as from Nexus. Amongst other things. So, okay, so we're gonna go ahead and slow that down. Go ahead and save that puppy. Oop. Now it's gonna give us that ECU basically as a freebie. So the ones you get are from Steam Workshop. Yeah, I can't remember how many I got. I might have, like, I don't have that many. So I got the 2 under the by the gas pumps. I got 2 out front. No, I got 3 out front. So I got my 57. I got the 1 on the rollback. I think that's it. So however many that is, plus the 3 that you get by default. Let's go ahead and so we did save that up, yeah. Did that save? Let's go back into the game and check it out. So yeah, like I said, I guess as far as we'll get that ECU that we applied into that as a plus that coolant reservoir as a freebie. Yeah, you can definitely change it in the config. If your PC can handle it, of course. They've got it set the way they do just in case your PC can't handle loading in all those cars. You can turn that one off. Alright, cool. Let's load up our save. I still got my other save, I guess, as far as for doing the throwback playthrough. We went all the way back. For a second there, I think it's stalled. I thought it stalled on me. I don't like it when it does that. Don't like it when it does that. Alrighty then, so we should have our ECU in here. Ta-da! What I'm gonna do, so it does show it as 100%. Okay, cool. Just wanted to take it off, put it back on. That way, when we look at it, like so, it should show it 100%. That gave us that as a freebie because we added that. And oh, why did it drain this one? That's weird. That was the original one here. So it actually filled the new one, but it drained the old one we already had in there. We'll put this, fill that back up. That was weird. I didn't expect it to drain this one. Not a big deal though. We can just put it back in there. But it did put our additional one in there too. Nice. And we got it packed in there pretty cool. So I think we're ready now. We get we need to get some alignments on this thing. So let's get it over to the test path. Viper bet. But that corner is good to go. Okay, let's do our headlights. Oh, those are way out of whack. There's that side. Get the right side. And there's the right side. So all the alignments are done. Only thing left to do is get this over to dyno. Yeah, it turned out pretty good. We got it as low as we could get it without things clipping through the interior. That was one of the main things, and we got it pretty well nicely packed in here. This is first for the engine. So the Vipers, as we know, I guess as far as has like a special engine cover that goes all the way to the front onto the nose. So I tried to come up with a similar type of design in this engine bay. We don't have the means, I guess, as far as to put that same engine cover on the Viper on this one. So I kind of try to mimic that by putting the two Hellcat air filters, and then we did a bonus part for the hoses into the throttle body as well as into the air filter. I think that kind of cleans up pretty good.
Racer Batman says, "Whoa, super awesome and so cool." Rock steer.
Yeah, it turned out pretty cool. I like the color scheme on it. Now, if we could put some flames on it, that would look pretty cool too. We got the side pipes and all that good stuff. So we can get, where are we at here for the engine? So we can get 645 at the base. So let's see if we should be able to get that all. It's a little noisy in here. Nice, we got all that base horsepower. Class B 396. Let's go take it over to the strip and try her out. See if we need any additional tweaking. Drive. Let's go to the drag strip. A little low on my barn maps too. Just noticed that. Did a lot of searching for cars. Okay, let's go to the quarter mile. Get to go up against step side. Special config, I guess, as far as for that Apache step side. Let's do it. Got a unique idle, I guess, as far as this Viper engine. She's got a 5-speed on her, nice. 11.3. Kick the pants off of that Apache. Try another one. Ooh, see, Corvette. This has got the supercharged V8. No tuning. This would be an interesting matchup. V8 supercharged. Got a nice range on the gears. Very nice range on the gears. I like it. Very smooth. Don't feel like I need to do any tweaking on this thing. Liking it. We get the roundabout V8 swap Pinto. Got that Cobra Jet 429 in it. Forward against the Viper. I like this car. This is a fun car. The Viper-Vet. So far we can beat just about every car we've gone up against. What about the rest of the mod? Highboy. That's one of our own configs for that Highboy. Put that modern V8 into there. Yep, I definitely like this car. This is fun. So we got basically 11 threes right in that range on average. Do one more. So modern Mustangs, 2013 Mustang GT, same engine that we already got up against. We got no tuning on any of these cars. I see. Guess I'm feeling confident. Competitors are feeling confident. Yep. It's 11.2. We actually cracked 11.3 there. That's solid. I don't think we need any tweaks on this bad boy. Head this back to the house. That was a fun build, I guess, as far as for Viper-Vet. Appreciate that inspiration, I guess, as far as from Gushman for giving us that idea, I guess, as far as for one of those. I think it's a pretty good combo. I thought for sure it was going to go to the creepy guy over in the dyno. It's like, you can't have it, bro. Can't have it. So, next thing we got up here to work on is that Chevelle Malibu. Chevy Malibu. We'll put this back over on the lift B. Move that out of the way. There we go. That's our Viper-Vet. They're all pretty slick. So it should be 100% all the way around, yeah. Nope, I guess we need new plates, so we'll put some plates on it. So I got an idea for these. We're gonna get... I don't think we can change on the... hold on a minute. Let's go to the plate shop. Some standard plates. Oh, and we need 2 of them, because we got one on the front as well. Oop. And what I want to do... something special on this here. Let's do... Viper. This is something special. Alright, there we go. Yes, I guess it won't matter if it's gonna be offset no matter what, so let's just do it that way. And bye. Sweet. Alright, let's put those on. Thumbnail. Viper. Nice. That should be 100% all the way around now. There you go. So that car's done. So we got a little bit of scrap in here we can do. We'll get that done. I guess as far as and we'll work on we'll move in this Malibu bare frame that we got from the junkyard. We'll fix that puppy up. I think we might even have an engine built for this. So it only takes the OHV. I think we have this built already. In fact, we'll go ahead and bring this in onto the left, and let's check our warehouse. I think I have one built already. So let's go to our engines. X. Ooh, okay, so that's a 2 carb. So I have an OHV built. Got a 1 carb. I guess I don't have. Okay, so I guess we got to build that engine. Only has that one option, I guess, as far as for the OHV. I got a 2 carb and a 1 carb, but not the standard OHV. So that's another engine we got to build. Cool deal. We'll get that done after we do some scrapping. Gotta clean out the inventory so we can work on that car. Let's start with this dude. Big bonus, no whammies. So definitely with this this Malibu we're gonna work on, we're probably just gonna sell that. We already do have a Malibu in our warehouse. Pretty sure we do anyway. Last time I remember, I think we got just a standard Malibu. Of course, I can probably double check that to make sure. Not too many parts there, so we got about 56 parts there to scrap. A lot of the parts off that Viper Vet that we just restored, I guess as far as we're restored, repaired, reconditioned. Worked out pretty good. Down in the nitty-gritty. There we go. I'm gonna sell the rest of those. Yep. Sell all that. Bloop. And bloop. Alright. Inventory's clear. This thing needs a bath, so let's go give it a bath. See what she looks like. It's a little dirty. So looks like she's like a baby blue. A little darker on the top. We'll get that frame welded. Alright, let's get this frame welded and see what she looks like. Let's get her back on the lift. Get her welded up. $9.50 to get her welded. Oh my god. Hiya, Canumba. High poly model. He'll settle down here in a second. Are you done? Oh, not yet. What happens when you deal with these high poly models? There's a couple of cars that does that too, I guess, as far as because they're so high poly. Yep, it'll settle down there. There, she's good. Got a lot of polys in this puppy. All the more reason we're probably just going to sell it. No, I don't want to do that. Move it out of the way. Okay, so the color of it is that color. Nice. Very nice. So what we'll do is... let's get some body panels for her. So we need a hood. Whoa, what's going on there? Hood, headlights. Front end. So we gotta go to the body shop. That should be for this dude. So a hood, yes. We'll probably just paint the whole car once we're done with it. Get our front end. Our headlights in there. Get the body looking good anyway. So front bumper, we need that. Get a new front bumper. I think this is all chrome. The standard Malibu. Hood on. Some fenders. Nice. Okay, so there's the front end. Get her windshield. Couple of doors. Okay, we'll get some windows. We only got the one mirror on the driver's door. Window. Other window. Other window. And a mirror. Of the chrome nature. Go. This one's got a static back seat, I guess as far as like we did in our Gen 2. So we need a rear window. Need a trunk. Rear bumper. You know, and that's something I still need to do onto our... just thought of that. So on these here for our Gen 2 Camaro, I still need to put the Camaro badge. Still gotta get that smoothed out too, so all the ripples in there. But also get the Camaro badge onto that and onto the glove box. Or that's amongst the things that we'll show probably maybe going into next week. We might do that. Yeah, you know, it's got the Chevelle badge, I guess, as far as that. We need to have that on there. So, get some taillights. Working on some of these other cars gives us quite a bit of things to do on our own build. Okay, so there's all that. I think that's good to go on the body. So our body is, frame's good, 90%, so that last 10% should be plates. Should be good. So let's do some interior. got that center console in there. That's pretty slick. I like that. So let's do. Oh, let's get a couple of bucket seats and steering wheel. Go to the interior shot for those. The Supernova seat. EBX steering wheel. This should get the interior all up to snuff and good to go. Sweet. Now we just got the other parts to do. Nice. So I think what we'll do next is probably build the engine. So we can only build and only put the V8 OHV in there. Got that 305. And we don't have one built already. So let's go ahead and let's create that in here on the engine stand. V8 OHV. We get in yet another engine we can build for today. Where's that OHV? That's the 1 carb, 2 carb. Where's our standard OHV? Little rascal. There it is right there. What's going on there, Brady? What are we up to today? We're getting ready to build another engine here. So, don't think I have any of these in the warehouse. Let's check this out. Let's go back to this here. We're just building another engine for our Chevy Malibu that we just bare frame. So, yep, we don't have one of these in the warehouse. Let's buy a new engine block. So, the second engine for today, we did the V10 on the Viper Vet. So now we're doing it's a standard V8. So, cam, crank. None of these in the warehouse. Okay, cool. That's fine. We'll buy them as we need them. So, what have you been up to? Not much? You haven't been up to much? What's the weather like over there? We've been talking about weather. The cam gear on there. I'm gonna button up this bottom end here. Oh, he did? Okay. I'll have to take a look at that. Yeah, we're like 70, 71 and sunny out, yeah. Really nice day out. A couple other people have mentioned it's a little bit warmer than that, I guess, as far as, and they've been, whether or not they turn their AC on or not. Don't need to put all those. Just get 8 pistons. Yep, we need 8 of these, and don't forget to put the rings on them. It's kind of like the girlfriend, you got to put the ring on it. I don't think I did. So, what are we doing? We doing caddying? Groundskeeping? What are we doing at the golf course? I think I might have missed that. Yeah, that's pretty cool. You know quite a bit about the groundskeeping as far as mowing grass and whatever, right? So that's pretty cool. Now is that I'm sure that's just a seasonal thing, right? That would be just a seasonal thing. Not a bad thing to get into. Do you get any free golf? Get any free golf for being groundskeeper? We only need 3 of these. Some places do offer that. I know the golf course we have nearby have that. For right now, full time, nice. You don't golf? Yeah, that was gonna be my next question. So you don't necessarily golf? Some rod caps. We need 8 of these. Not everybody golfs, but not that you don't appreciate the groundskeeping. Now I know a lot of places like that they usually have like riding lawnmower, or probably like a zero turn, zero radius type of lawnmower, like an X mark, imagine. Or do you have to use your own? Do they provide you? That's probably another thing. Do they provide the equipment for the groundskeeping, and do you have to provide it? Yeah, all riding. Nothing wrong with that. So yeah, do they? I'm sure they provide the equipment. I would imagine. Yeah, they have all the stuff. You got the right stuff, baby. I don't know where that came from, but kind of out of the blue. So let's get a flywheel on here. I've been a little bit off kilter most of the day, so it's it's been kind of a goofy day, but we've been having some fun. So, working on our second car for today, I guess, as far as being a Chevy. So we did work on another Chevy, only we put the Viper power into it. It's kind of interesting. Yeah, I wouldn't think so. Wouldn't think so. So do you have to do the trimming and edging and all that stuff too, or just yeah, just riding the lawnmower? So I guess that's part of this. Yeah, okay, I got you. That's part of groundskeeping, I guess. Do all the trimming. Okay, so let's do some heads. Put some heads on her. Nothing in the warehouse, so we'll get a couple of new heads. Everything. Something else I think of too, I guess, as far as does the golf course that you do the groundskeeping, do they have sprinklers? They have a sprinkler system in there? I'm sure they do. Most of them do. Not all of them, but that's why I ask. Intake manifold. Yeah, this is more my designing it. What I'm used to as far as for intake manifolds. You gotta dig. Yeah, a lot of times those sprinkler heads get overgrown. And they can't pop up, I guess, as far as if, yeah, they're overgrown. So yeah, I gotta deal with that too. Uh-huh. So we did get the cam in there, right? Yeah. So we need push rods. There we go. Get some push rods. The mechanics dozen of those. So you start that pretty soon there, or you started already? I think I can't remember what you said. I think you said. So that's just gonna be for the season for now. It could turn into full time. I wonder what you would have to do in the off season. So when golfing isn't in season, I wonder what you would have to do. What they would require. Maybe snow removal? I don't know. Whoa, easy. I'm trying to picture what you would do if it was full time. Nice. You're obviously liking that. But when do they usually have you mow the grass? Is it like early in the morning, or you can go there during the day, or how does that work? So is there a specific time you can do the groundskeeping? I know the one near me, I guess, as far as they do it like really early in the morning. Like 5, 6 o'clock in the morning. If they do any lawn mowing at all, as far as groundskeeping. Yeah, so like how early in the morning, just out of curiosity? The golf course here, like I said, I guess as far as they're out there like 5, 6 o'clock in the morning. well enough before players start to show up if they do. I gotcha. So yeah, it's right around the same time. Maybe a little bit later. Every other day? You got some pretty good grass over there then. I know the one here, they're mowing it once a week. They do it once a week. Every once in a while I see them out there, I guess, as far as mowing the greens. Like every other day. But yeah, as far as the main fairways and such, it's once a week. That's kind of interesting how that. I think it just depends on what type of grass you might have on the greens and such. Let's see. Let's do water pump. I think we used up a lot of the parts that we had in the warehouse, which is just fine. Nothing wrong there. So let's put our head covers on. Yeah, I think most all these parts we had to flat out buy. Yeah, I think there's, from what I've come to understand, there's not all golf courses have this same type of grass. You know, for the fairways and such, they use different types of grass. And I think depending on that types of grass will determine how often you gotta mow it. Need this bracket. Oh, I bet. Yeah, so that makes sense. I don't know how many times. I never really paid attention. Do the sprinklers, how often they go off at the golf course near me? It might be quite frequently, I don't know. I usually only see them on, like... And they've got them set to where, if it's already rained, they don't run, obviously. I'm gonna pay attention to that the next time I go on a bike ride. I go by there when I bike ride. I'll have to see if they're on during certain parts of the day. Seems like every time I go by there though, they're not running. But that doesn't mean that they hadn't run previously for me observing it. They might have just shut off or might have turned on after I saw them. Very possible. What I do? I only buy one. That dummy. I meant to buy 2 of those. Get that back on the list. Whoops. Okay, so now I gotta take one off the list. Whoops. No problem, we can just take that off the list. New idler. Okay, so power steering pump. So this one, it does have an alternator, okay. Nope, they haven't said anything yet. So it's been rumored, at least anyway, from what has been talked about in their Discord and such, that they're probably looking at end of the year that it gets released. You know, last quarter. So like somewhere around the fall. That's the only thing I've heard. One thing I'm really hoping that they do adjust on, and I've said it many times, and I'll keep saying it until it releases. I want to see the shopping list in the pie wheel. Currently, they don't have it there. The only way to get to that is you have to go into the tablet, pick the store, and then see your list in there. I don't like that. I think it should be a little bit more readily available in the pie menu, just like they got it here. So I'm hoping they do adjust that. That's really about the only thing I'd like to see different. Everything else, you know, it is a change, I guess, as far as from what we got in this version. But you know, not all change is bad, I guess, as far as. But I really hope they fix that with the shopping list. Yeah, we shouldn't have to go like 2 menus deep, I guess, as far as to get to that. That's my only qualm with what we see in the demo anyway. So, other than that, yeah, I like the modular design to the engines. You know, you don't have to completely rebuild a whole engine. You can buy the parts needed to put a turbo or supercharger on it without having to rebuild an entirely new engine. That's super nice. The fact that you got like a two-piece brake system, so, you know, as far as the caliper is a two-part. They got two different types of caliper brake calipers. Just to name a couple of things. It's really neat how they got that. Most of the other things are pretty much the same as we see in 21. They didn't add, at least in the demo, they haven't added any additional fluids like ATF, as far as transmission fluid, or even clutch fluid. So nothing like that. Whether or not they will, I don't know. Kind of hoping, you know, kind of as a bucket list item, I'd like to see them add stuff like that, but it's probably still yet to be seen. So that's electrical. Let's get a fuel filter on here. Trying to get all the stuff that not in the electronic stores yet. So air filter we can get, so we don't have to bounce store to store. So we got our cover for that. That'll top it off on the top end. Alright, there you go. There's that. Now we got oil filter. It would filter that oil, the motor honey. Cool. And now we can get our electrical parts. So we get our alternator, the distributor, or the electronic store for those. Alternator, distributor. Love these old school types of engines. Probably my all-time favorite. Get a rotor. Okay, distributor cap. And don't forget to put those clips on there. We don't want that to come flying off. Okay, that's going to be in this other store. That's right. So that's everything we need. There's other than sparkulators. We're going to need some sparkulators. 2 clips for that distributor cap. Okay, there's that. Now we need sparkulators and some wires. Get that on the list. Go back to here and get our last bit of items. So we need 8 new sparkulators. We need the belt on there too. Almost forgot about the belt. So after we get our wires, we'll deal with that belt. There's our wires. And of course our belt. Go back to this store, so we're gonna need that and a radiator fan. Keep that radiator cool. There it is. Sweet. So that engine is built. Awesome. So we still got some stuff to do on. Alright, here we're gonna put the subframe and all that in there. Let's get that done. Alrighty then. So we need a subframe. So we're gonna need 12 rubber bushings, so let's get the rubber bushings right away. For this front end. Yeah, I do kind of like the way, I think I've said this before too, like the delivery system that they have in 26. You can have it delivered instantaneously, but it's gonna cost you, which is kind of neat. So you have that option. So like maybe if you forgot to order some parts, you need them right meow. You have that option to have it instantly delivered. I have heard some folks, I guess, as far as mention about like when you buy like a small part, like let's just say you buy a spark plug and you have it instantly delivered, it puts it in the back, I guess, as far as on a pallet. And some have complained about the size of the package, I guess, as far as when you buy a small item. It's a little bit unrealistic, but I don't really see that as a problem. But all the more reason, you know, that could be something that they might adjust. But also, as far as I know too, they have not done any more updates to the demo. They haven't applied anything additional to the demo, as far as I know. I think that demo, what's there, is what it is. We need some knuckles. Get 2 knuckles. Oh, I already got the sway bar in there too. Okay, we'll get that here in a second. And need some outer tie rods. This car was missing everything. It was a bare frame. Backer plate. Okay, we need a couple of backer plates. Yeah, we'll go ahead and get the sway bar. Get that off the list. Let's get in my way right now. Okay, we need a couple of wheel hubs. Okay, get some rotors. These should be ventilated, yep. 2 of those. Get some pads. I think there's drums on the back, if I remember right. Calipers. Get not only the calipers, 2 of those, but we'll also get cylinders while we're at it. We know we need those. Cool. And we need some wheel bearings. Wheel bearings and caps. Gotta keep that grease in there. I don't want that grease flopping out of there. So let's get some caps. Pack those in there, full of grease, cap it off. Ominous. Okay, let's get the other side. And calipers. Oh, this is brand new. Okay, so tension arms. We already got the rubber bushing, so we're good there. Shock assemblies, we're gonna have to build those. Just to confirm we don't have those in our inventory. I'm gonna get 2 because I need 1 for the other side. Should have did that for the bottom too, but so let's get this on the list. Need 2 of these. Have to build these shock assemblies. So we're also gonna need. Oh, we need a couple of springs and a couple of gaps. go. Let's get those put together, actually. Oh, wow. Easy. Okay, so I'm gonna get one of those. I already got the upper, so we're good there. Hard to keep track of these things sometimes. Cool, so our shock assemblies are all together. Sweet. Already got the sway bar, good. Get some end links. Tying all the steering. Okay, shock assembly. Awesome sauce. Okay, I think we're done there. So now we can get some tires. Two of these. So let's go to tire shop. And we need 215 70 14. And I think that's going to be the same all the way around. Hold on. Yep. We can get 4 of those. 215 70 14. For the tire shop. 14-inch. Whoops. You know. 70 on the sidewall. And 215 wide. Get 4 of those. Cool. And then for rims. What kind of rims do we have? We got Supernova rims. Handle that. Let's go to the rim shop and look up Nova. These puppies right there. Get 4 of these at 14-inch. Fit on those tires we just bought. Good deal. Let's go get those tires together. And we could have did away with the white wall if we wanted to. But then it would kind of take away from its characters, I guess, so we're going to keep it on there. They really don't have one that's narrower than this as far as the white wall. They got the super wide one and then this one here. Our last one to install. We'll say too, I guess, as far as the way they've got it for the fire machine, it's a little bit different in the demo for 26. That's going to take us some getting used to once we get to that. Let's put our tires on. There's our front tires. Nice. Let's work on the rear end. Go back to this store, get ourselves a rear end. Get some knuckles. Couple of knuckles. Backing plates. Drive axles, get a couple of those. Drum cylinders, yeah, it does have drums in the back as I thought. Shoes, get a couple sets of shoes. Get it off on the right foot. Some new shoes. Get it beat into a new drum with the new shoes. Alright, that's ready for tires. Cool, so I'm going to put the leaf springs in first before I put the tires. Couple of new leaf springs. Wrap those in. And we'll need like 4 leaf springs. U-bolts. U-bolts, there we go. 4 of those. 2 for each side. Okay, we do need 4 small rubber bushings for these springs. Bro, over there. Okay, I think we're ready for tires. Oh, give me 1 second. Alright, sorry about that, folks. I guess as far as we had somebody moving furniture around. Need a little bit of assistance there, so we got that taken care of. Okay, we need some shocks. Okay, I think that's all for the rear end. Get a fuel tank. Okay, we need a fuel pump. Did I get the other? I got these in here, didn't I? No, I didn't. Get those things in there. I want to forget about that. Cool. Oh. Kill system. Let's go ahead and put at least up to one on here. I don't know why it won't let me get that one. Bro. 2 of those. I want to let me put that one in. Goofy darn thing anyway. There, it's better. So, middle mufflers. I kind of pinched my fingers there a little bit, I guess, as far as when I got some heavy stuff there to move. Okay, I'm gonna wait on the downpipes until we get the yeah, until we get that engine in there. Okay, cool. I think we're ready for the engine to go in. And I think, what preliminaries do we have in the engine bay? Cool. Bro, in here? There we go. What the heck are you doing? Okay, so just trying to get the preliminaries in there, so let's get a servo. We have one in the warehouse, but I'm going to save that one. For what, I don't know. Just feel like saving it. Battery. Yep. Oh, gotta go to the store to get a battery. Okay. Radiator. Let's go back to this store. Old-fashioned classic radiator. Bug juice container. Oh, that's a fuse bit. Cherry juice container. Reservoir, how would you want to go with that? Whatever your flavor is. Okay, fuse panel. And of course, those are fuse and relays. 2 of those big boys. Righty, so 2 of those big boys. 2 of these. 4 of those. 3 of these. These. Okay, let's cap her off. There's the preliminaries there in the engine bay. Well, I think we're ready for the engine to go. Oh. Head off the stand, grab our crane. Lap her in. He's in there. But yeah, kind of like the way. I guess that doesn't completely engulf that anyway. Think of it. So yeah, just kind of looking at the way these fender wheel wells are done. I guess those roll arms, I guess as far as still kind of stick through there, but I feel like these are just not as big as they should be. I definitely got to redesign those, I think. That's something I got to do. Go some more that route. On the fact that I've got that all together as one piece there, I might do it separate. Let me see here. So the wheel well, I guess that is a different material. That's just underbody. Yeah, I got some rethinking to do on that, I guess. Definitely got some rethinking to do on that. So I think this got an engine cover on it too, doesn't it? Yep, sure does. Get herself a radiator shroud. So for that, we need to go here, here. Engine cover, there it is. Okay, I think that should get that complete. 95% on the body. What else did we miss here? Okay, so we did miss the drive shaft. We got bottom end there still to do. Yeah, it's just the one plate. Okay. Cool. Let's get our bottom end buttoned up. Now we can put our down pipes in there. Go back to this store. Realize that doesn't line up. Realize it. These pipes do not line up. Realize that. Not my config, so. We're going to get this one sold anyway, so I guess there's that. Get herself a transmission. Might even have. No, I don't have an F in the. I'm gonna look in there just to make sure I don't have an F in there. I might not have an F in anywhere else. Let's see. It's an OHVF. Got a lot of transmissions in here. Not an OHVF. We got an OHV, not an F. Okay. Fair enough. Probably sell all those gearboxes, actually. Not doing us any good there. And we'll have to buy another starter. Yep. Drive shaft, we need that. So let's get our drive shaft in here first. Get the power to the wheels. Alright, let's go to electronic stop. Ourselves starter. Few I have in there kind of fired up, so I don't want to use those. Okay. I think we're good to go on all these parts. Yep, so that last 5% is going to be the plate. That should be just on the back. We can put a standard plate on that just to kind of finish that off. Yeah, we can get her all the way down the ground. Alright, let's go to... Whoops, that's not what I wanted. Plate shop. I guess as far as I get that plate for the back end. Get a standard plate. One plate, please. No, I don't want to do that. What are you doing? Get out of there. Bro, get out of there. That's good. Standard plate on there. Okay, that should get her to 100% all the way around. Still gonna get her painted. Get all the fluids into her. Gotta make sure she runs. Get her dyno and all that good stuff. Okay, that should be sufficient motor, honey. Good here, so we'll get some brake juice. A little bit of cherry juice for your flavor. Radiator juice. And that, just bug juice. Also, includes our blinker fluid. That new formula with the also includes blinker fluid. Alright, so that should be all done. Let's go ahead and see if she starts up. Fires right up. It actually has a talk on it, it's cool. It actually has a tachometer on it, so I think we're going to try and paint it the same body color. Get this over to the paint booth. Just paint it that factory color, which will be this one right here. That's not the color it was. That was that color. It must have been a metallic. There we go. Do it that color. Yep, so this one's got that 350 badge, I guess, as far as on the fender. A bad looking car, very high poly one too there. Especially with welding the frame on her. Okay, let's get this back over to test pass and we get some alignments. Oh, we got her all nice and painted. Cleaned up pretty good. Okay, alignment's done. Let's get the headlights. And align. Cool deal. Thing left to do is get this over to the dyno. If we get all this base horsepower, which should be 305. 305 horse with that OHV engine. Here we get out of her. all that base horsepower. Class D 175. Cool. Let's take her over to the strip real quick and give her a couple of rips. Let's see what she does here at the strip. What are my owls? Yeah, I just want to beat this one just because it's funny looking. No other reason. Good timing. Got him. So it's a 14-second cart. And nice timing there, WC Gamer screaming out in there as we would whip the Malibu down the track. How we doing here today? Alright, let's try one more. I'm gonna do the 57 Bel Air. Got the 2 carb on it. Now we have come to find through all of our own testing, I guess, as far as this engine's out of all the OHV engines is the stronger engine. Got more horsepower. Oh, we actually slept there a little bit, my bad. Alisher? Is that Alisher? Welcome on in. Yeah, we gotta do that one again. They caught me sleeping there. Oh, we can do better than that. Hello there, how we doing? And it still beat us, you son of a gun anyway. So I guess this Chevy Bel Air's got a little bit more on us. It has got a little bit higher rating. That's what I'm saying. Now, from what we've tested here in the past, this engine's stronger, so no tuning to it, but it's got a little bit more to it. Got some standard, and we got the vintage tires, so I guess that may be the only advantage that has on us. Still not a bad car. Still not a bad car at all. We'll take this back here, we'll get this one sold. We got it broken for the next new owner. I think they'll appreciate this bare frame Malibu that we built today. Yeah, same thing I was thinking there, WC Gamer. So we shouldn't have any parts left over after working on that bare frame. Pretty much had to build everything. Pretty much everything. So started off as a bare frame and not a bad turnaround. 69,000, I guess, as far as in profit after buying it for 2,600 at the junkyard as a bare frame. I'll go ahead and sell that one off. Happy new owner there. So let's see, nothing in the inventory, which is good. We didn't have any parts left over. So got to work on the, I think this thing needs a bath, huh? Get this over to car wash real quick. I just realized it's we got it a little dirty. We're ripping it down the strip. We got our Viper vet we worked on today. That actually turned out pretty cool. I like that. Bro, can I get this back over here, please? There we go. Let's move this back over to lift B. We're gonna leave that left open. Yeah, I guess it. Yeah, I guess maybe it was just. Yep. Got her cleaned off after ripping it down the strip. It's got a nice stance to it. Got that Viper engine into it. We're dubbing that one there as the Viper-vet. So, nothing else really to do in our parking garage. So I guess, let's go check out the junkyard and see what suits our fancy. Don't really have anything else planned after working on those two cars. Let's see what we can find here at the junkyard. Okay, nothing on our list that's loose. Okay, so let's check some cars out. Oh, we got a bug up here. This one's, I think this is the Stance Rear GT. We already have one of those. Got a special build on this one here to be able to put that V10 engine in there from the Porsche engine. Big old box back there to put that engine in too. Definitely already have one of those. What do we got up over here? Got our V8 Special Supra. That one's available there on the Steam Workshop actually. We got that available up there. We got a panel truck. This one only allows for the inline 6. Not too interested in that one. See what else we got. Ain't nothing down the aisle. Ooh, we got a, there's some Mercedes. Pagoda. Cute little car. Not necessarily anything I'm not. We got a little hot rod here. Supercharged engine. This might be a neat little fixer-upper. Possibly a neat little fixer-upper there. How much do they want for that one? 10,000? Oh my goodness. I'll give that some thought. What other cars we got in here? So nothing there. Nothing there. Oh, got a couple over here. What do we got? Nissan GTR. And this one, what's this guy? Standard Mark 5 Camaro. Yeah, that little T-bucket. We're gonna go back to that one here for a second. Might be a nice little fixer-upper. I'd probably just sell it. Yeah, it is a neat little T-bucket. So it's missing... I think it's missing the seats in it. I might get this one just to kind of fix it up. Let's see, can we expand on that? Let's see here. What kind of shape this thing's in? Let's play supercharger, self-routine belt. So it doesn't really give me what condition the block is in. But maybe it would tell me what shape the block is in. So looking at it, I think it might be repairable. I think it's might be doable. Not sure about that head. Block looks pretty good though. I think it might be serviceable. I think we might pull the trigger and see what we can do with this little T-bucket. Yeah. Let's go ahead and buy her and see what we got. And I'm gonna put that right in the garage. I'm gonna work on that right pronto. Let's see if we can find. I need to build back up my what you call it? My barn maps. Well below 100 at this point. Take a look and see if we can find the barn map. Hemi 345, okay. Already checked that file. So far, no burn map. This way. Our map's hiding really good. I'm gonna work my way back this way. Check that cubby hole. Okay, let's go back this way. Work our way back to the front this way. We already bought ourselves a T-bucket. Let's see if we can just get it running anyway. Don't know if we'll get it all the way to 100%, so I'll get it fixed up somewhat. I guess as far as we can get her sold. We'll see. Where is this map hiding? It's hiding pretty good. What the hell? It's probably going to be right there by the front gate. I think it's going to be right there by the front gate. Looking like it's going to be right at the front gate. Okay, maybe not. Where is this little rascal? Okay, we only got like 2 more files to check. That would be this guy. This guy. There it is. We only had two things left there. It's like, good grief, got to be in here somewhere. Alright, so we did get our bar map, at least anyway, and we bought a T-bucket. Go back to the house and check that out. Alright, let's take a closer look at this T-bucket. Here she be. Thought maybe I'll put it on the lift. Let's give her a bath right off the bat. Get a little dirty. I'm gonna go ahead and put that map away. That should get us back up to 94. That's good. Give this thing a bath. Okay. Probably weld the frame on it. Well, she is missing some body panels on there. Looks like a door. And looks like this fender over here. Yeah, this side fender. Okay, let's get it back over to the lift. Let's weld the frame on her. So the frame, not very good shape. See if we can make that better. 1300 here welded. Wow, that cleaned up really nice. That cleaned up pretty darn nice. Ooh, alright, let's get some body panels off here so we can fix these up. Fender, that's no good. Alright. Headlights, we'll have to replace those. How's the interior looking? Yeah, we need to gut this interior. Parts. So, disassemble. Wait, is that the only thing in there? I thought they had a seat in there too. Yep. So we got 2 buckets and steering wheel. Pull the interior shop for those. Whoa, that's not what I wanted. Couple of new buckets. And steering wheel. Slap those in. Yeah, so it was missing both seats. The interior and the frame is good. Nice. We'll fix up one body. Wait, I think these come off too, don't they? Maybe not. Suspension. Nope, I guess they don't. Okay, just making sure. Okay, so fix up these body panels. So we're gonna need get right door, and I want to get that painted the same color. Alright, so let's go ahead and get that ordered up. So here, that was the bucket. That painted, and we needed a windshield. Do that right away. Oh, there's something I missed there. I forgot the mirrors. That is not repairable. That one is though. Okay, cool. We'll get that repaired. Hit it again. Okay, so we just need the right mirror replaced. Need this new fender. This new fender. Bro. Oh, we need that too. Okay. That on the list. We'll go to here. New fender. We're gonna paint all these parts. Wait. Alright, let's go get those painted up. So to get the right color on the swath, you need either one of these parts. Boop. That'll do to get it in the swath. There you go. Now we can paint our new parts. There's that. We need fenders. Right color? Okay, I guess it is. Okay, is that all of our parts? Thought we had a, yeah, we had a new tailgate. Right. That's right. Cool. We'll put those new parts back on. Pretty simple paint scheme on her. Okay, I didn't get this fender. I need to get this fender. Get that painted. I guess we're missing the hood too. Alright. Make her a little bit more complete. I know I need new headlights. All of our freshly painted parts back on there. I don't know why the bed of the truck, I guess as far as is that color, like that's kind of weird. That's how that works though. Okay, so that's all of that. I get those new parts. Yep, let's get these painted. I guess at that rate we could have just painted the whole truck, but it's okay. Yeah, for all the parts we needed, we could have just painted the whole truck. Okay, let's get those freshly new painted parts back on there. So that should be it for body. How's our body looking? Well, 71. Wait a minute. What else are we missing here? So I guess I am missing this mirror. Okay. Oh, I guess there's a front bumper. Okay. Did we not have this? I think it was missing. Okay, just to make sure. Front bumper. Okay. And we are 83% on body. What else are we missing? Taillights? Yep, probably taillights. Taillights. Completely missing that left one. Couple new taillights. And our body is 94%. I think that last bit is going to be just the plate. Pretty sure. So let's go to the plate shop, I guess. Yeah. We'll get a standard plate for that. Probably just going to sell this little gem. Okay, so we are 100% on the body and everything. That's a good deal. Sweet. All right, let's see what we're missing on this engine. So I'm gonna take this fender off just so we can get at the end. Probably doesn't have any oil in it. Let's double check and make sure. Nope, no engine. Oh, no bottom end actually. Whoopsie. Yep, that explains that. So we're gonna need to button up the bottom end here. I don't know how deep I want to get into this. Oh, we're missing rod caps. Alright, let's get some new parts for this here. I'm just gonna see if we can get this thing running. I'm gonna try and just leave it all that way, just replace the missing parts. See what happens here. Got a lot of stuff taken out of this thing. 4 little T-bucket, 5 rod caps. Okay, let's put the oil pan on there. Nice little fixer-upper. Okay, so what else we got on the top end? Or missing a cap. That from the electronics store. Should probably look to see. Yeah, so before we put that on there, this rotor off. That's shot. That is shot. Let's get a new one of those. I think that distributor might be goner too. Cap, cap, couple clips on there. Get from here. Okay, we need a coil. That'll be from the electronics shop. Wow, we gotta rebuild this valve train. Okay, so let's get some stuff here for the valve train. Push rods. She got pretty well picked over. Those. Kind of curious to see if we can get this thing running. Six rock arms? Damn, okay. It's gonna be amazing when we get this thing running. Oh, bro, what's going on here? Ah! Talking about Willis. Oh. What the heck did I do? What did I do? Alright, hold on. I don't know what I did there. Anyway, so let's do 2 more of these. Okay, so we need a cover for her. We got 3 on there for some, I don't know. Probably need some on the other side, I'm sure. So, the question is going to be, is this going to be good enough? Yep, so we need 3 of them on this side. Alright, cool deal. That works out. These for starters, anyway. Push rods for here. That works out well, right? So we already had 3 in there. We needed 5. All right. Okay, so these will be a rebuild that valve train. And a head cover for that. Okay, now we need some sparkleters. Wait, how many do we got? I think I'm just gonna put new ones in here. Put some new sparkleters. We'll get 8 new sparkleters. Let's see. Oh, those are out. No, that one here. Okay, so 8 new sparkleters. Oh, I don't know why I'm chiming back in there. I was doing the thunder lane. Some brand new wires. We're gonna see if we can get this junkyard of a hot rod and get this fire started up. A new fuel filter. Go back to this store. Oh, so you're getting pizza. Is that what it's been determined? Yeah, I think I'm gonna make spaghetti. I think I'm still on the spaghetti kick. Get 2 new exhaust manifolds. Well, yeah, we're just replacing all the parts that we're missing off of this junkyard T-bucket. Whoops, so you forgot to do that. That's I hate when that happens. We need 2 of these carbs. I'm sure you'll be fine. You'll be fine. No signal? I hate when you have no signal. Okay, so put the bird catcher in there. Finish off the top end. Doesn't need a servo. Okay, so we'll get ourselves a servo. Okay, needs a battery. The power steering reservoir cherry juice container. Let's do that. Oh, easy there, pal. Easy. So, let's get a radiator. Korean War? Yeah, that was in the, that was like early 50s there, yep. Oh, okay, we gotta put that on the bottom, okay. Is there anything else we need on the top end? I think we're good. Alright, so let's get the oil filter on the bottom end. Needs a starter. Oh no, this is totally different. We got done with the Malibu. We sold that one already. Found this one in the junkyard. We're just gonna fix this one up, see if we can get it running. Yeah, so that's gonna be, so get 2 of these. He was missing a lot of parts. Yep, we got the bare frame Malibu. That one's already done and sold. Get some mufflers. I'm gonna rip the entire exhaust system out of this one. Get it all back in there. Okay, so let's go to the electronics shop to get starter. Okay, I think that's good to go on the bottom end. So it doesn't need a fuel tank. Whoa. Get herself a fuel tank. It's got a side saddle one. Okay, so we'll get a fuel tank. It's going to need a pump. Yes, it does. Okay, there's all of that. So it should be good on the bottom end. And get her all the way down. So, did we get a battery yet? No, we didn't. Yep, so we need a battery yet. Let's go from battery. Yeah, depending on how long that's going to be, we might not be on for much longer. Want to see if we can get this one running. Hopefully we can get this running. Alright, we should be able to put some motor honey into her. Okay, make sure we got adequate motor honey in there. Yep, that's adequate to me. Let's get some Gatorade juice in the radiator. So we still got to do something with the fuse panel. Let's realize that. Fuse panel, I think, is under the seat for this one. Yeah, I can see it right here. Yep. Deal with that fuse panel. Yep, there's the fuse panel. I can see it from here. Okay. Got fuse panel to deal with. Right there. Yep. Get this, all this out of here. So we gotta get a little silly. Get so far as we gotta get it from the engine bay. There we go. Feel free to get on that raffle there, folks, while it's hot. Yeah, so that fuse space, is that repairable? Yep. Yeah, okay, we'll put that back in. Oh, I hate this so much. Gotta get it from the engine bay. Okay, let's get all of our fuse and relays. Three of these big boys. Two of these. And let's get those where they need to be. Ooh, level 135. Let's go. Didn't realize I was that close. Amazing what happens as far as working on enough cars. Wait, are we missing one somewhere? Oh, this guy. There we go. Now we can get the cap. Okay, I think that's all the particulars we need to get this thing running. Let's see if it'll run. You run for us? Start her up. Oh, she's not happy. She's definitely not happy. So let's do a compression test on her. Let's see how this internal are doing. Oh, I got a bad piston. Oh, and a few bad piston rings too. Ain't that a bummer? Ain't that a bummer? So one bad piston and a few bad piston rings. I don't really feel like breaking this one down all the way, I'm gonna be honest. And I don't think, out of curiosity, do I have a supercharged? See if I do. I do have one already built. I think I might just slap that puppy in there. Might just sell that engine like it is there. Or we can keep it and we can actually fix it up later. Do that either way. So what we'll do, let's get this up on the lift and get the oil out of it. We'll put a halfway decent engine in this anyway. Drain out the fresh oil. Ah, nobody want to get in on that raffle. Okay, so let's get this out of the way. What kind of shape are we in? It's actually not bad. Even just doing that minimal amount of work on it, I guess, as far as pretty good shape. Alright, so let's dismantle this so we can get the supercharged engine in there. Had to give it a try. See if we can get that one running, but needs a little bit more help than we thought. At least now we know. Okay. That should be enough to get that engine yanked out of there. Okay, let's get her yanked out. Probably a good thing we had one of these engines already built. Oh, she's out of there. So what I'll do is I'll put this one that needs a little work under the stand. We'll work on that data. Let's grab this one out here. Wait a minute, what happened? Get this one out of here. Put that one to some use. Install 100% green build. Fresh engine. Cool. I'm gonna fix up this transmission and the drive shaft. There we go. That all nice and fresh. Drive shafts with refurbish. Whoa, easy there, killer, easy. That didn't take too long. Yeah, we ended up having, so that engine that was in here was no good. We had to do some more work on it. So we had one built already, so we just put that one in there. So I think what we'll do, see if we can fix up this rim. It's a little crusty. Okay, that rim is not repairable, so let's get a new rim for her. Nope, they sure weren't. Pretty quiet, and it's been pretty quiet in here today. So let's get these pulled apart. Might leave the scuffs on there, but we'll replace the one rim and we'll see if we can fix this other one up. So let's separate. Yeah, we probably won't be on here for too much longer. Probably once we get this tea bucket done here, I think we'll be good to go. I need to make some spaghetti. Get it all nice and cooled off. Okay, so the one rim we got to replace, which is this guy. Let's go to the rim shop. And get us a 14-inch one of these. Cool. I think we're just gonna put it right back on the scuff tire. Yep. At least get the rims cleaned up anyway. Freshly polished rims on some scuff tires. Oh, I'll check that out, I guess, for our post stream. Nice, okay, so there's those. Do we need to do anything with the rear ones? Yeah, why not? We'll clean these up too. Yeah, we'll clean these rims up too in the back. I think those are totally repairable. Got to keep them separated. Yeah, I wasn't sure what we talked about there. Whoops, I don't want to install yet. What are you doing? Separate, there we go. Right, let's get these cleaned up. That's right. Cool. No, let's put the scuffs back on there. Must have the balance. Slap those back on the rear end. I'm not gonna worry about fixing up all the undercarriage. Keep it relatively rat-rodish. Oh, you gotta love it. Okay, so we should be... Look at how much we made on that. 10,000, making 39 grand off of it. Fixing it up. We didn't even do it all the way. Turned out pretty good. We gotta put the motor honey back into it. Still? Even this late? Oh, it hasn't cooled off yet. Alright, let's get the motor honey back in here. Put that fresh supercharged engine in there. Okay, so there's all that. Should have adequate motor honey. It's good. All good for another week. Whoop, got on the wrong side there. We should be able to start her up. Fire her up. She's a runner. Cool. So she's a runner. I know we're not supposed to get any rain for the rest of this week, last I looked. So I guess what we can do, finish this one up. We're just going ahead and sell this guy. Got her fixed up well enough. Let's make sure we got everything on here. Looks like we do. Cool. We'll just be able to scrap all that out. Yeah, we can just go ahead and sell that now. He's a runner. Not bad for a junkyard fixer-upper. Let's make sure we can drive it. Yep, she drives. Okay, cool. Got everything on there to be able to drive it. Cleaned up pretty nicely for a junkyard car. Okay. Let's go ahead and sell her. Bought her for about 10,000. Just over 40,000 in profit. Not bad. Not bad. Alright, we're gonna do a little bit of scrap in here, and we're gonna wind things up here. A little bit of fun here today as far as doing the Viper-Vet. We did the bare frame Malibu, sold that up. Got that fixed up and sold that up. And then found herself a T-bucket over at the junkyard. Yeah, I'm glad you can catch the end of it. Had a little bit of fun, I guess, as far as with a few things. Didn't really have much of a plan there, but I think for next week, we're going to be getting heavily into what we're doing with the Gen 2 Camaro. Really want to get that somewhat more finalized and just kind of show the process of that. So I think that's what we can look forward to going into next week. Starting a new month. I just realized that there too. I was racking my brains yesterday about all that. So come next week Monday, I guess, as far as we'll be in a new month. So we still got 2 streams left here for this week. I guess as far as Thursday for tomorrow, we'll be doing some NASCAR. We're in our second season of the Cup Series. We're sitting pretty good there. So we'll definitely be doing some NASCAR for tomorrow. You'll have that day and also Saturday, which I still got to get into Satisfactory and do some things, to straighten some things up with our pipe works and all that stuff in there. So 2 days left out of this week for the till the end of the month. So definitely hope to see you folks. I guess as far as they're not in that top 5, you want to get into that top 5 for this month. In fact, let's put them. What's the tally as we speak right now? So now if you don't see yourself in that top 5 and you would like to get up into that top 5, you got the 2 more days left for this month, I guess, as far as you get up in there. So yeah, they are doing I noticed that they're doing the bow thing, so I got a little bit of things to I wish there was more I could do, like, to the car, as far as to put like special logo and such on it. Doesn't really give us that option to bring in your own logos, which is the only downside to NASCAR 25. I don't see them adding anything to the game, I guess, as far as to allow for that either, so we'll figure out something, I guess, as far as for tomorrow, just to kind of play a tribute, I guess, as far as to Kyle Busch. When we were racing there in NASCAR, I don't even remember what track we're going to, but want to catch all that action, folks. If you haven't done so already, make sure you do hit the follow button on the channel. Get the notification when the streams are live. Social medias are posted to the channel. Go ahead and put these at your fingertips. You can check those out at your leisure. I do like to let the folks know what's going on in between streams. But as it stands for right now, we should be good to go for some Thursday NASCAR 25 tomorrow. We're gonna send this up to somebody on the outro. So if you could stick around, I guess, as far as for the raid on the outro, I think I know where we're gonna go. I didn't realize he was on. He's playing some Diablo, a little bit of different change of pace. We're gonna show some love to John Vaughn. I don't know if he's got. He might have taken a day off or something. I'm not really sure. So hope to see you on over there, over at John Vaughn's stream there, folks. I guess as far as on the raid, the outro. Hope you all do have a wonderful rest of your Wednesday, and hope to see you all again here real soon. Right on there, Thunderline.